resistance building tips that how the buildings can be constructed with small modifications or inclusions which will make them earthquake resistance. But for the time being, we can probably have a tea break so that it's already around going to be 11. So we'll reassemble after 15 minutes and we'll immediately start with the session. Thank you for your patience and bearing with us for long beautiful now. We'll be joining in another 15 minutes. Thank you. And meanwhile, we believe that we get this activity with others.
तब तक सर मैं कनेक्ट कर देती हूँ।
ये करा देते हैं। मैं तो घंटा डेढ़ घंटे के हिसाब से साढ़े 11 में 12 बजे ठीक पहुंचूंगा तो ठीक है करा देते हैं। तुम करा दो उनको। Since the expert has to go to another, he has got another engagement, so we'll just start with the session. Just
Yes.
So good morning once again and welcome to the day second. We have with us Colonel Harry Sidhu, who worked as additional chief engineer. He has been working with the army, and after his retirement in 2000, he started with the consultancy works, getting associated with the various agencies, and now he runs his own firm. And his expertise is mostly the waterproofing and other aspects of building, which also includes giving recommendation and rehabilitation of the buildings which have been getting damaged due to one reason or another. That will not take much time, and I invite Colonel Harry Sidhu to not only give a little more introduction, because he has been associated with us in his capacity as a member of board of studies, as an external examiner, and also for our Master of Engineering program, he has been coming to deliver many of the expert talks. So I'm sure you are going to enjoy his talk because this is not specifically, of course, it is in the civil engineering area, but I believe that since all of us build up our houses and small complexes, so therefore we all need to invite some kind of parameters which will make them stronger to resist the earth against the earthquakes. And this will induce in us the feeling of the safety as well. And you'll be amazed to find out they are not very expensive means. They are very simple means, and how actually the interaction between the members can be improved to make them effective. So I invite Colonel Harry Sidhu to please begin the speaking session.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Duggal has already introduced me. I am Colonel Harry Sidhu, retired from the Corps of Engineers. I shall describe my background and my past activities in a formal manner through the course of my presentation. Next slide. Next slide. Slides only.
Sir, full screen.
Yes. Go to the end of the presentation. I shall be talking to you about the earthquake resistant structures, some tips which will help you in guiding as to how you should go about constructing and maintaining your buildings. The basic understanding of this concept is very, very essential because the entire country today is seismically prone, and we cannot say that we are not affected by earthquakes. So to understand the problem, we have introduced certain tips which will help you to understand the behavior of our structures in the various activities which take place during the earthquake. That is the building on the left which is shown, which is standing before the earthquake. When the earthquake occurs, the building basically shakes. How it shakes? it is the ground motion which is shaking the building, and the upper portion tends to stay in its own place due to the action of inertia. So that shows you the deflected shape of a building. Next. This slide tightly come on that. Now this is a line diagram which is showing as to what the earthquake forces they have an effect on the building. The top portion, the displacement U as you see at the top, is the displacement which is occurred. This is the hypothetical displacement which is imparted on the building, and the building takes a curved shape, the deformed shape, and that defines the moments and forces which are acting at different places. So this is the inertia force and the relative motion of the building which is depicted in this slide. Now coming to the various other components of the building, those other components are the soil. The soil is the thing which is moving primarily. Then you have the foundation. The foundation moves along with the soil in the ground motion. On that you have the walls and the columns. Now these columns will also be moving depending upon the direction of the earthquake. And on top of that you have the floor slab. That will also be depicted in that manner in the direction of the earthquake. So the flow of seismic inertia forces to the structural components is depicted in this slide. Next. Now you have a composite building, a small building which has got all the parts. Yes. So the basic components of the distinct building are shown in the various shades. So the direction of the wall critically determines the earthquake performance. If the direction is the strong direction as shown in this sketch on top, it will have a better resistance, whereas if it is in the weaker direction, that is the transverse direction, it will have a tendency to topple over. That differentiates the action of the different parts of the building in the different directions. Next. Now the composite thing, if you see, you have the weaker side having toppling over, and the stronger side A will not be toppling over, it will be affecting, it is the stronger direction. So for the direction of the earthquake shaking shown, wall B tends to fall. Next. Now this is the integrated, that is why you see the corners are tied up. That is the importance of having the corners tied up at the various parts. The bonding of the brickwork at the corners is very essential so that both the sides of the structure are shown as joining each other and they don't act independently. They act as a unified mass and not as an independent part of the structure. Next, please. Now you have more parts of the building which are shown. You have the stiff foundation which moves along with the earthquake. You have the wall below the lintel level, and you have the lintel band. You have the construction over the lintel band and the small openings in the sides. So this is what the roof stays together. If you see the photographs of any structure which has been damaged in an earthquake, you will normally find 99% of the cases the roof slab stays intact. It slides off the structure and falls down. It may crack after falling, but not as an effect of the earthquake. Next. So then you come to the other thing which shows you where the opening should be. The critical parts, the sides, the portions A1, A2, these are the things which are not prone to the movement of the earthquake as far as the sides are concerned. So the corners, which are depicted by the arrows on the two sides, they should stay together. So that is more important to have the thing at the corner, and the openings should be in the places marked A1, A2, B1, B2, etc. So that is what is very essential, that you just don't provide openings anywhere you want to. you must be guided by the places where the openings are suitable to be located. Next. Now, this is a very common mistake that is committed by very many people, that you have a single story building and on the side you have a staircase going up. The staircase is provided and resting along with the building. The moment of inertia, the stiffness of these two sides is totally different, and you find that the staircase will have a battering effect against the roof of the building and cause a damage. A very simple method to avoid this problem is, as shown in the sketch on the right, you have a separate column going up and supporting this thing. This is just a simple thing that should be done, but very often neglected by many people in this field. Now, we all know that we provide lintel bands in the case of our buildings. Now, in the lintel band, we provide that lintel band all right, we provide at the correct location all right, but we do not bother as to how we provide the reinforcement. You just provide those two bars of 10 mm or 12 mm, but the way you bend them at the side, at the corners, is very important. And this is what is shown, the incorrect method. And on the right hand sketch, you find the correct method of taking the thing and twisting it around and bending it in the manner which is shown in the slide. Now, to show you in the cross section, a small band and a large band are shown as to what we do in the case of a small lintel band and a seismic roof band. Now, there are certain shapes which are not correct in the response, which are poor in the response to an earthquake. I do not intend to tell you that these shapes cannot be provided. These shapes are to be provided, but with caution, with necessary care. It should not be misunderstood that these shapes are not to be provided. Like, say, you have a too tall a building, you have a too long a building, you have too large a building in plan. All these shapes are not good from the seismic response point of view. There are ways to improve this performance of the buildings in such cases by the provision of certain measures. Those measures must be followed, and that can be made into smaller parts. The building can be divided into smaller parts, keeping the overall plan the same. Next, please. Now, similarly, you have certain other shapes. Apart from these sizes, you have certain shapes like the cross shape, a semicircular or a shape, or offsets. Now, these buildings can be again be corrected into the correct shape. The shapes shown at the side, at the rear, are the better shapes which are composite, and the one which is shown in the bottom, you split the building into two different parts by provision of the joints which are known as the construction joints or the crumple joints. Now, the crumple joints and construction joints, as a matter of thumb rule, are provided at different places to cater for the effects of wind, temperature, and earthquake forces. Now, as a matter of thumb rule practice, any building which is larger than 25 to 30 meters, you have to separate it out into two parts. Then, any place where you have the building changing shape, you have to again, like a building at right angles, you must provide a crumple joint there. Then similarly, a building which is different in elevation, like, to give you an example, most of your commercial buildings, the office buildings, you have the reception office or the administrative office, which is a lower, single-story building, whereas the remaining part of the building normally is a multi-story building. These two parts of the building structure must be separated with the help of an expansion of the crumple joint. Now, similarly, buildings which have certain setbacks, the ones that you have shown in these three sketches, these sketches are also wrong from the point of view of the earthquake performance because of the behavior. Then you have buildings located on sloping grounds. Very, very important in the case of hillside construction. You will find that the lowest part of the building is supporting the maximum load of all the floor, whereas the higher part of the building is supporting the least load. There is a differential amount of loading on the slope, and also this is the resting on the top soil of the slope, which is not normally compacted. So such structures should be normally be avoided. Then you have overhanging or a floating columns. Very often the architectural requirement governs that you have the building projecting outside. So these things also have a tendency to topple over and create moments which cannot be normally resisted. So sudden deviations in the load transfer path along the height lead to poor performance. This is another thing which we must keep in mind. Now, discontinuing certain structural members on the various stories. This is a very, very important grave mistake that some people commit, that from the top certain members are coming and they destroy. Many buildings have collapsed, not only during earthquake, during normal fire and other things, wherein it has been found that the columns on the ground floor or on the basement have been curtailed just to accommodate some more area on that floor. So that is a tendency which must be absolutely avoided at all costs. So sudden deviations in load transfer path along the height lead to poor performance during the earthquakes. Now this is the kind of a structure that is very, very commonly seen all over our housing societies. You have parkings on stilts, and the upper stories are of a different system. This thing is very, very poor in the case of an earthquake response. I should show you by virtue of a photograph subsequently that how this thing is detrimental. Yes. So ground stories reinforced concrete buildings are often left open to facilitate parking. This is poor practice. Now, how this is poor practice, we see that during an earthquake, the building acts as a lumped mass on the top. It tends to vibrate from the bottom. The bottom is a soft story. So, you have the stiff upper story and the soft ground story. It will have a tendency to break at that level. Next, please. Because this is the simple system of structural dynamics, the rigorous analysis is something different, but the manual analysis of an earthquake building, we normally go in for a lumped mass system where we assume the mass to be lumped at the top, and heavier that mass, wider and more violent will be the vibration over there. So, now, next. Now, say a single-story building which acts on the horizontal this thing will vibrate to a certain extent. Whereas when you keep adding to that number of stories, the vibration will become multiplied and enhanced. It is shown very nicely with the help of a swing that we've been swinging as children. There is a swing of the same height with only one platform. Then there is a swing with 3 platforms at different heights. Now, when you are swinging with the same amount of motion, the motion that is imparted to various platforms is different. So that is something very easy to understand, and this is exactly how the building also behaves when an earthquake. The earthquake is just the reverse of the swing. So this is a building that I was referring to. You see the ground stilts have fallen. The top building is intact on the left hand side and on the right hand side, but has only shown a split. So this is what happens when you have soft stories at the bottom and have stiff stories at the top. Now, pounding can occur between adjoining buildings due to horizontal vibration of the two buildings of the same building. You see, you have different parts of the building, the stiffness, the loads, and the other parameters of either of the sites is not the same. So their performance during the earthquake is going to be different because the earthquake will impart a motion towards one direction and the reverse wave will come and the impart will be the time frequency of either part of the building will be different. So this thing will lead to pounding of this thing. So our earthquake analysis of the building should clearly define as to what is the size of the crumple joint, what is the width. People have an arbitrary notion that for this much height you provide building with only 25 gap, and as you keep going for every story you add certain amount of no. No, that is not the case. The structural analysis must clearly define as to what is the gap between the two buildings which has to be sealed as per the crumple joint. Next. Now you similarly have the example of the swing displaying the different behavior. If they have the child sitting on one edge of the platform, it will have a tendency to swing in a torsional manner. So similarly, if you have one building having one side of the building as a heavier building and the same building on the other side is lighter, their performance during the earthquake will also accordingly be different. So that is displayed by the help of that child sitting on a swing but on a side of the platform. So that is to understand the difference as to how the swinging affects torsional behavior. Next slide. Now another thing which we commonly observe in a very simple building, you have the approach, the veranda is open, and on top of the veranda you find that the thing is already got a floor, so you construct a room on top of that. So that is going to be again a detrimental way of providing the earthquake resistance because the thing on top of the veranda will have this. I can just cannot go as it is.
So 375.
Now, a brickwork during compression, when the compressive forces are applied to a member, the brickwork acts next. Next. Compression, the brickwork is very strong, but next. When you apply
Yes.
You're sure you're not going to have an interruption? Because I'm telling you, I'm not reading this right. I
Sir,
don't even know how to.
sir, हम break में करने के connect है.
So, now the tension test on material, ductile versus brittle material. This is a curve which shows the performance of a ductile material subjected to tensile stresses. You have a large deformation up to a certain load, but then at the same load you have a horizontal flat portion which whose ductility and the deformation keeps increasing till the time it goes and breaks. So you have a ductile material provides you a good amount of notice. A ductile material will not fail suddenly. It will give you a lot of deformation, a lot of elongation before it subsequently fails. Whereas in the case of a brittle material, you have the same thing going up. The elongation will take place like in the left hand side slide, but at the point of failure, it will fail suddenly. So that is why we say in the case of an earthquake resistant structure, you must have the provision of providing ductile material and avoid the use of brittle material. This is very important. But then in the actual practice, you cannot have a situation where we use only ductile material. There are going to be different materials. There are ways to overcome that also. You have on top the original chain, the brittle material link is there. Now that brittle material link you replace with a ductile link so that the complete chain becomes ductile. So that is how you cannot change the whole thing. So, but you can change parts of the structure by introducing certain ductile materials in between to create the overall structure become ductile. Now, the case of a frame structure, you have the during the deflection of it during the earthquake, you have the sideways sway. The arrows which are showing that shows compression. The two ends are coming closer, whereas the other side, the compression tension side, the ends are going farther. So this part, the filler walls are not able to infill walls move together with the columns under earthquake shaking. So that proper addition of these filler walls to the supporting column has to be very, very carefully catered for. Now you have the system of the strong columns and weak beams. To try and understand. You have very strong columns. The strong column there will be large displacements at collapse, and the damage will be distributed throughout the stories. Whereas in the other case, you have weak columns and strong beams. The weak columns will rupture, it will get damaged, whereas the beams will stay intact. But there is no advantage gained because the columns by themselves, जैसे इंसान अपने पैरों के ऊपर खड़ा है, अगर पैर ही उसके सपोर्ट छोड़ गया तो पूरा ऊपर का सपोर्ट कितना भी स्ट्रांग हो वो डैमेज हो जाएगा. तो सिमिलरली वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड that if we do not have sufficiently strong column, the whole building is likely to topple over and collapse under the weak column base. There will be small displacement and the collapse will take place. Two distinct designs of the building result in different earthquake performance. Columns should be stronger than beams. That is the catchword. Please remember that. Now, weak column, this is again shown in the same method, same thing shown diagrammatically. This is also a poor system, whereas the weak beam does not mean provide an unsafe beam. Provide a beam which is relatively weaker in comparison, so that the failure mode should be in the mode of the beams and not in the columns. Reinforced concrete buildings, the beams must be the weakest link of the column. This can be achieved by appropriately sizing the members and providing correct amount of reinforcement in them. And please try to avoid an over-reinforced section in the help in the with the aim of providing a structure which is going to be strong. Now I come to a certain arrangement which I would like to share with you as a common mistake that we make on the ground. This is the plan of a building in which the proper shape of the column is being shown in this way. But normal architectural consideration and ground requirement consideration, they dictate that the orientation of these columns is such like that. Now, these columns which are projecting inside this space tends to building the architectural consideration and the user considerations normally say that this is the base of space. Without understanding the they say you have to provide this much column. Why not just change the direction? I will provide you the same shape of the column, but just change the orientation. My usable area will not be affected. And what they do to they provide column they will be more so that the usable space is not affected. But what happens? Please try and understand. The beam is now running on a column which is not equal to the width. So the section as shown on the left hand side shows the column moment of inertia will be far smaller as compared to the beam moment of inertia. So the load transfer, the junction, the behavior will totally change. So this is something which has been responsible for collapse of many commercial buildings in Gujarat during the earthquakes. So this is something which has to be avoided at all costs. Now base isolation is something which is very, very important to understand. Base isolation has become mandatory in the case of certain types of structures post the earthquakes in Gujarat. Now to explain this system, as I started, the earthquake forces are occurring at the base. The earthquake forces tends to excite your base foundation. So isolated this thing. So this is what is showing you that deflection how to take place. Now to give so fixed base if you have a hypothetical this thing. Next please. Building resting directly on ground, building will shake violently. What we require is not this. Now we have a hypothetical case where you have provided the buildings on rollers. In this case, the building will go and strike against the side. So this also is not expected. So if the gap between the building and the vertical wall, the foundation is small, the vertical wall or the pit may hit the building when the ground moves on the building. Next. So these are certain things that you have to keep in mind, and we have to provide something like dampers. Like you have to provide those dampers in the case of a bridge structure on top of the pier. You have similar kinds of dampers that you have provided in the case of buildings for base isolation. That is what the company does. Last. Now, these slides which are shown and shared with you are basically based on the seismic tips as developed by IIT Kanpur and BM Building Material and Technology Promotion Council, and you may like to note down the web addresses and get further details from those sites. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Colonel Sidhu, very much for sharing all this good information. I believe that all of us are basically involved in construction of houses, most of us, maybe our own house, or maybe that we are going to rent out or buy a flat, because this is becoming very common, multi-story flat construction, and usually you go for buying a flat. So it will be good for you that before you really go to buy a flat, you should be able to appreciate some of the facts and advise even the builder that at the as is told by him, that the ground floor should not be used for the parking if they reverse content. Similarly, orientation of columns, beams, and putting the band at the corner. These are very simple tips which actually do not involve any much expenditure, additional expenditure. But it's a matter of putting the right thing at the right place, so that at the time of additional forces which can be generated during the earthquake, your building can safely be destroyed. So thank you once again, Sidhu sir, for all this useful information. And now we'll have a tea break for 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll join after that with the Dr. Sandesh Sharma coming up for next question. Thank you so much. Thank
Yes.
you.
Hello. Hello, sir. Hello. उपेंद्र सिंह शेखावत।
लंच ब्रेक आ रहा है अभी।
सेवा दे उसको क्या रखी है 6 साल 94 उपेंद्र सिंह शेखावत। लंच ब्रेक होता है अब चेक भाई बताना यार कहीं बात है आज पार्टी में बड़ी बड़ी पार्टी के लोग लग रहा है लगेगा तो मैं क्या खेल देना क्या आई दिनाय को ये लो दिनाय का लो मोबाइल नंबर बोलो लिखना। अरे यहाँ पे हमारा काम है तू काम तू उसको पकड़ आप यार काम को नहीं आपके साथ आते नहीं मन से वो क्या हम थोड़ा सा बोल दिया एक मिनट लिखा लिख दीजिए इसमें तो मोबाइल नंबर लिखना चाहिए गुरुचरण सिंह के बाद कौन है दूसरे चाय से लिखना 9460 गुरुचरण के बाद हां 9460 9460 इसके बाद तुम्हारे देखना राहुल मीना राहुल मीना का है 8426 नेक्स्ट वन
लंच ब्रेक हो रहा है सबको याद दिलाना है वो
भारत पावे कर रहा है
असली वाला है
इसके लिए नेक्स्ट स्लाइड
ये और क्या करना है
असली बात
सबकी ये होती है काम की वजह से
हां यानी माहिर से में
खुद
8997 नेक्स्ट वन नवदीप
जादू पे
ये ऐसे बोल रही है फीचर एंड प्रोडक्ट 9414 ये कोई दिखाना आपका नेक्स्ट पॉइंट अरे आपका तो तबे दिखा लेगा निकास विकास कुमार बिल्डर वो भी गए भाई 7800 हेलो सर मैं जो वाला जेट कैट देख रहा हूँ वो जेट कैट में अपनी वो लगी टेंडर तो निकाला आपको हाँ नेक्स्ट वन
हेलो
जो मुझे फोन किया होगा चेक करते नो कोई अगले लगी काम कर रहा है 8290
हेलो, क्या हो गया? आवाज यहाँ से पता लगता है?
हमें लगा कि आप देख करना पड़ेगा कैमरा से दिख रहा है सब लोग देख रहे हैं हाँ
It's very important that children develop a love for science and technology. A little bit about the council. We have a few thrust areas. I'm looking after science popularization. We have thrust areas of biotechnology, water management, environment, and a consultancy cell where consultancy is provided to medium and small scale industries. Of course, our thrust is environment and pollution control. Today, I will be speaking on com- community participation in disaster preparedness. There are many things where community is involved. You must have heard about disasters, but I would be stressing on the community participation as far as preparedness is concerned. What is basically a disaster? A disaster is any extreme disruption of the functioning of society that causes widespread human, material, or environmental losses that exceed the ability of the affected society to cope using on its own resources. What happens then? Because it's a disastrous condition and disasters we all are surrounded with. Then what happens? Our economy goes back, the society becomes poorer than we were before, and that is where we have to start from square one. That is, we go back, all our resources are depleted, we are once again more poor than what we were after attaining that level of richness. Now, what are disasters? Disasters are generally, to say, man-made or nature. But we have events like, all of us know, earthquakes, floods, cyclones, and some man-made as accidents, rail accidents, road accidents, stampedes, riots. What do we do in that case? How do they affect us? They affect the human life, the human property, our livelihood, and ultimately affect our life. They entrench poverty, we become poorer, and they wipe out our development aims. Now, if it is a disaster, then what happens? Is it the loss is due to disaster, or is the loss due to only the disastrous condition? What are disasters basically? Disasters, we know, are the happenings, the outcome of something which has happened. But then, what does it ultimately do? What does it do to us? It really destroys us. And It is the outcome, it's not the disaster, which is the real culprit. It is not the disaster because it depends where it has happened. If it has happened in an open area where there was no vulnerable people staying there, then things would not be affected to that extent. People will not be affected, property would not be affected. It is the damage. So in case of an earthquake, it's not the earthquake, it is the falling of the buildings, it is the falling of the materials, it is the breakage of materials, and it is then the outcome of that which affects human life, it affects animal life, it affects property, which is the ultimate problem. If it is in a far-flung area, lightning strikes, it's in a far-flung area, nothing will happen. There is no cultivation. But in case that area is occupied by people and things fall on them, it is properly done, then what happens? Then is the main problem. Can I have the slide, please? Make it full stop. Now, in that case, we are going to talk about community participation. What is the need of such programs? Do you think that such programs are needed? Well, to tell you briefly, every country has its share of disasters. India too is one of them, very disaster prone. You all know we have recently faced the floods. Over 65% of the land area is vulnerable to earthquakes. 70% of the land is vulnerable to droughts. Then 5% of the land, that is around 40 million hectares, is prone to floods. 8% of land to cyclones. A major disaster occurs not only every 2 to 3 years, probably floods we see every year. 50 million people get affected annually. 1 million houses are damaged, at times even more. And we know that there are great losses. Some have been pointed out in the earlier times, that is 95 to 2003, we got this from a report which said we lost almost 70 million US dollars. And of course, we all know about the major catastrophe in Uttarakhand, which happened last year, where we still know we have not been able to come to the right path and struggling with what has happened. Basically, we still have to do lots. All roads were washed, property was damaged, and lives all the more were lost. What are the disasters which affect India? Plenty you all can count on your fingers. The earthquakes, the volcanic eruptions which are there in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the tsunamis, the cyclones. We have a long coast, and along the coast we often hear of cyclones. Then we have floods, landslides, we have forest fires, droughts. There are conditions, of course, where they are man-made. We have something like civil unrest, we have accidents, road accidents, epidemics have been seen to be there, famine is there. In places where we have lots of snow, you have snow avalanches, chemical disasters where you have chemical plants, and so on and so forth. The list is very, very long. In that case, what do we do? Next page. Can we do something about it? What is the general opinion of people? What do people feel? How do they feel? It's basically, they say, this is the wish of the supernatural power and nothing can be done. We have to take it as it is. It was the Almighty's wish. Some people say it is the environment which was responsible for this. In that case, what do we do? Can we do something? There are plenty of myths which tell us that the earth is supported on the horns of a bull, and when the bull tries to shift from one horn to the other, what happens is there's something like shaking of the earth, and we happen to see or feel an earthquake. In the second case, what happens? In the second case, they say it is on the head of the snake, and it gets tired, so it shakes a bit, and so on and so forth. You have plenty and plenty of myths attached to these. The council feels that we need a population which understands science and sees to it as to what is going to happen. Are these all scientific effects, or should we just keep on believing our myths, believing the Babas, and then the gullible public is looted by them? Now, coming to the next slide, I would just like to add that these are not myths. It actually happens, but through some scientific actions. We are made of a jigsaw puzzle of tectonic plates, and these plates tend to move above each other at times, and then what happens is that we get an earthquake. And in case this earthquake is in the sea, you get a tsunami. We are actually having all these natural calamities due to certain reasons. It's not just God's wish, and those reasons have to be seen. Before going further, I would like to say that there are some facts which are observed before we get the earthquake. These are general knowledge facts, and we have seen that these have helped people to save themselves. How do they save us? Is by our knowledge, by our viewing around, because we say the person is scientific when he or she observes what is happening in and around them. Also, we also see what are these after effects or effects which we see before, which ultimately lead to an earthquake. To give you a few examples, we have water precursors. So what is a water precursor? Precursor is something which happens before, and 2 to 4 weeks before it has been noticed in advance to an earthquake that the level of the water starts rising in the wells, and the dry wells start getting water. This has been noticed, documented, and people do know that this does happen. The second thing which happens is that the water in the tributaries or the nalas also starts rising up. You get more water, and this has been observed in Gujarat and Kashmir when they got these earthquakes. Second is the thermal precursors. 3 to 4 months before it has been noticed that you get a maximum and minimum of temperatures which increase. Of course, it's a long warning, but it's not very accurate. It's only afterwards that we realize that this did happen, and the temperature is not very high to give us an indication. That's why we don't get indications of earthquakes in the early hours. We also have the seismo-electrico-magnetic precursors, where the magnetic field of the earth changes and the transmission of the radio waves gets affected. So the frequencies on which the radios are working generally changes, and if it is working on a frequency of 5000 hertz per second, it goes up to even 1500 hertz per second. So that's a long range which gets disturbed because of this, and these effects have been noticed. Also, it has been seen that around 3 days before, the reception of your mobile goes bad and you can't get the signals properly. The TV and the radio signals all get disturbed. So these are some of the things which have been noticed, and right 10 to 15 hours before, this was also noticed in places where the earthquake did come, that it was total sea change in the mobile signal, and the signal was not properly perceived by the people. There is an abnormal behavior in the animal, and the rats seem to be moving in haywire directions, the birds seem to be confused, even the animals, the bigger animals like cow and buffalo, seem to be behaving in a different manner, and some abnormal behavior has also been noticed amongst the human population. They feel little restless. So these are some of the facts which have been observed before the earthquake. But as such, we don't have any equipment to warn us that we will be facing an earthquake in the near future. Some things have been developed in China where it seems some equipment can inform us a few seconds, but in those 10 seconds or 15 seconds, nothing much can be done. Even a warning bell cannot be done. Then we come to preparedness. How do we prepare ourselves? Can we prepare? The Government of India feels that this is a very important component. We need to do a lot on this preparation, because this is how we can save on millions and millions once we've had this earthquake or a cyclone, and we have managed also. If you rightly see, on the coast of Western Ghats, we have also seen that lots of cyclones keep on coming, and slowly with the dint of time, the numbers of casualties have reduced drastically. Where people were losing their lives in thousands has come to hundreds, and it's now a very few that has been seen lately. And this is all because of preparedness. So investigating in preparedness not only saves lives and livelihood, it protects these gains in cost-effective and support achievements of development goals. It's very important not only for human but for long-term development, because we said that we lose on the economic values, and it's very, very important that whatever development has taken place, we have spent crores of rupees, we go back to square one and feel that this all has to be done again because of one disaster. So mentally, we prepare and contribute as per one's own ability to restrict the trauma caused by the disasters. All the more important, we always feel that preparedness is better, and it is after that that we've had a disaster, we've lost lives, we've lost on property, that we realize how bad things are. Then what are the role players in disaster preparedness? Some people have to be given this responsibility to play this role and prepare our society. So it can be the general people, the individuals, the householders, volunteers, and if it is a village, it is the Gram Panchayats, the Sarpanch should be involved, the Panchayat Secretary, the members of the Panchayat, the village elderly, caste, community, religious leaders. Religious leaders can play a very big role, because it is whatever they say that the people tend to take it and really believe in it, and whatever they say they will do it also. So we always feel if a message is sent through a religious leader, it will surely have its impact. It's the teachers, the doctors, the engineers, the retired army and police personnel. Everybody has his or her role to play in this. The government offices also play, like in the agriculture department, the medical, engineering, the housing, roads and buildings, because everything gets affected, the irrigation, revenue department, public health, police, and not to forget a very, very important component of the society is the NGOs, that is the non-government organizations, which have a big role to play in such circumstances. So everybody needs to be prepared at his or her level, whatever duty he or she has been given, this would affect them. And also, it would affect the society because they make the society, and if the whole society is involved in preparedness, we can surely get good results. Then general effects of disaster, we all know there's loss of life, we lose people, we lose cattle, we face injuries, there is damage and destruction of property, damage and destruction of productions, disruption of lifestyle, loss of livelihood, you tend to lose your work, disruption of government systems, national economic loss, sociological and psychological after effects. Very, very important because we stress a lot on both of these and rural housing stock. I'll give you examples where we feel that a full training is organized on the psychological effects from some water. And this is probably because the humans are very, very sensitive. And if we need to carry the society along, this is one component where we need to stress, we need to look into what is their need, how we have to tackle, because what they are going through is a very, very tough time. They have lost their loved ones, they have lost their houses, their homes, their livelihood, and you feel this is the end of the day. You just can't go ahead with life, and this is where the psychology of the person gets disturbed. You panic, and this panic can lead to a number of effects which I feel needs to be tackled through various exercises which we do. So after the psychological, because that is, we do lots of exercises, we call the psychologists and they build teams which take into this consideration. Then, how does a hazard happen? How does the onset take place? Some hazards are very fast, they are very rapid, like earthquakes, cyclones, floods, mud flows. They suddenly come up and it's not possible to prepare. But some happen very slowly. It takes a long time, like droughts, famine, deforestation. You know, cutting of trees is going on. The pest has infested your crops, but some pests are very fast. And the whole crop goes within minutes. We are aware of that also. But generally, the pest is a slow infection of the crop. So we'll just touch upon a few of the disasters. One is the act of nature, where we say it's the floods, the cyclones, the earthquakes, which come under this. For floods, also we provide training to people. Now this training, because these are the modules which have been prepared, and this training is held for different groups of people and different works. So some would be coming up only for the rescue purposes. Some would be listing out the things you need, like boats and all. Some would only take care of the water because you need water, but that water is not drinkable, which you have in the floods. What type of water you need, the do's and don'ts about water have to be tackled. And in that case, what happens is that we tell the people what things you have to store, where you have to store, at a height maybe, and how you have to evacuate, because you won't get much time when the warning bell rings. You won't get time to think about, so everything should be handy. You know that the level of the water has risen and you would be asked to evacuate. In that case, the only way of evacuation is that you are prepared, your cars are ready, you have enough water to drink, and if the water has been infected by the flood water, then how do you get rid of it is basically you have to boil it for 10 minutes so that it is made drinkable. You see how you have to evacuate your basements, see that the storm water doesn't go back. All these things have to be noticed and got rid of as soon as possible so that you are very, very safe. In case of earthquakes, which are once again the act of nature, similarly we give demonstrations, lectures, how to evacuate, we make a plan for the evacuation of a building, and lots of rehearsals are done. In addition, you have plenty of do's and don'ts which are discussed. All these are put into the plan which is to be exercised before any disaster takes place, and this has to be done time and again. The do's and don'ts of earthquakes must have been discussed to date, and you know, as far as engineers are concerned, you have codes on buildings, how they have to be prepared, which ones can survive those earthquakes. All this is listed, and you have to strictly follow that in order to be safe from such disasters. Next, please. Now, act of humans we've already discussed. We have railroad accidents. We have plenty of fires. We have even forest fires for that matter, which is a regular feature amongst our forests, especially in the areas of Himachal Pradesh, where you have thick needles, pine needles, and they tend to take up, they get, they exchange fire by rubbing themselves against each other. Those are a few things which you need to look up. Then stampede. These acts of human bomb blasts, they are sudden. You don't get to know about them. And it's only the prior preparedness which can help you in such circumstances. If you say that, and this has to be done very, very regularly amongst the society. For that matter, how to take blood pressure of a person, how to know what is the pulse rate, those basic things every one of us should know before we actually can do the preparedness exercises for it. Next, please. Once again, the elements at risk, they are the people, the livestock we said, rural housing, then houses are vulnerable, crops, trees, telephone exchange, wires, electric poles, boats, looms, working implements, personal property, electricity, water, food supplies, infrastructural support. All these things are always at risk. So how far you are from there, that matters. Disaster preparedness is a very, very lame term, I should say, because it's not a very technical definition I'm going to give you. It's simply what we think about it, and what it means is that it aims at minimizing the adverse effects of the hazard, and through effective emergency response following the impact of the disaster. So this is basically something which we all know, but we have a different definition to it also, which has been provided to us by the United Nations Disaster Relief Office, which says disaster preparedness has been defined by the United Nations Disaster Relief Office, that is the UNDRO, as is a series of measures of preparedness which include, among others, setting up disaster relief machinery, formulation of emergency relief plans, training of specific groups and vulnerable communities to undertake rescue and relief, stockpiling supplies, and earmarking funds for relief operations. So these operations can be only taken care of if we are prepared in a very, very systematic manner. This gives a detailed definition. Now, the disaster management cycle basically is, once you had a disaster, preparedness is something which you do before. You also do it in between. Correction measures are taken and after. But we try to stress on the preparedness which is in the beginning, followed by that the hazard has taken place and we get a response to it, and further it is the recovery phase in which everything is tried to bring back, and then the prevention and mitigation is a part of it. Next please. Then what are the strategies? How do we go before it? That how have we to prepare? Because these are at different levels that disaster preparedness takes place. One is before the disaster. That means it's an ongoing activity. We have to prepare people. We have to have exercises where evacuation takes place, exercises how to build up shelters in case of floods, earthquakes, when people are they have lost their houses, how to house them, how to give them food. These are some things which we have to prepare the community before, so that they are ready for any disaster. And the second is during the disaster, we ensure that they get their needs during the disaster, what plan has to be followed, how they have to be evacuated from an area where this disaster has taken place, how people who are not very healthy or disabled have to be removed, how the pets have to be removed. All these things have to be taken into consideration. And of course, in the end, after disaster, because that is also another phase which at times becomes very long, maybe many years to go back to the original. Then, after knowing the stages, we also need to know the scale of the disaster. At times we hear it's just 4.0 Richter scale that we've had an earthquake, which is a mild one, and we don't have much of losses. Further, in case it's a very, very, say, very vulnerable disaster, right? Because it was very thickly populated. So it depends on the lead time available, the intensity of the hazard, whether it was 8.0 or 8.5, where it is totally disastrous and everything falls on the ground. Then it is the duration. How long did you get those tremors? Was it only a very few seconds, or we had different aftershocks? Because you know that after an earthquake you generally tend to have aftershocks. So we ask the people to stand out for a longer duration, so that there is ready to face them. Then you have the spatial extent. How spatial? What was it on the X, Y, Z? How much information we can gather on these? Whether it was thickly populated, and what type of buildings were there, and the density of the population, we said, and the assets. The time of occurrence is also very important, whether they were asleep or they were moving, and what time was it? Was it the school going time, or the children were coming back, or then vulnerability of the existing is the element of the risk. More the hazard, if it is 8.0, and vulnerability is also more number of people have been affected, greater will be the disaster. Then coming to prevention and mitigation. What is prevention? We've already discussed. Technically, we can say it is the action within the segment and is designed to impede the occurrence of a disaster event and or prevent such an occurrence having harmful effects on communities or key installations. And then what is mitigation? Because these are they seem to be very synonymous. Or a nation or community, that is development and application of building, discuss the and a very simple once again coming to preparedness. What all would be required is very important for us. The vulnerability analysis has to be done beforehand. Mapping has to be done of the resources so that you know what is where and how can you reach that place. Then assess, strengthening requirement and execute them also. Funding for preparedness must be arranged. We should know from where funds will come. All this would come in preparedness because when you have lots of losses, you ought to know from where you will be getting these funds so that there isn't any problem regarding facing off such difficulties which would come to you. People's cooperation through political leaders, elders, volunteers and NGOs, once again, it's a team which has to be facing this hazard, and cooperation from all these is very important. If one doesn't cooperate with the other, the whole plan will flop and we will not be able to get the results. Then create lead time by interpreting warnings. Warnings are given. You all know we have many examples where warnings were given but were not heeded to. At times, the warning was not given in the right time, and also the signal was not enough to reach the people where the warning was to be given, because of which we have many more losses than are destined. So we have to think on those terms that warnings have to be given, issued in time. I'd like to share with you one warning which was given during the Uttarakhand also. The meteorological department gave the warning that a cloudburst is going to take place, but that was left on the table of the high official who did not pass on that warning, and maybe if the warning would have been given, reached the people, we would have been able to save many lives. Then aim to reduce the destructive potential of cyclones, timely and appropriate relief to victims and quick and durable recovery. Here I'd like to again share with you the example of cyclones in case of areas of Bhubaneswar which were struck and which get generally struck every year, that coastal area, and how we have managed to prepare people and save many lives and money both. The losses have been much less. A few years back, I think nearly 10 years back, it was that this situation, when a cyclone came, we lost lives to the tune of nearly a few thousands. And slowly now we have reduced this number, which has come to 112 or something, which happened last year. Next please. So here I would like to add that this is a very important aspect where we have to take care of the preparedness. Now, what is this preparedness strategy? After all, a strategy has to be prepared. A foolproof strategy should be there so that we can go ahead with this preparedness and reap the results of it. So, the hazard, risk and vulnerability assessments, This all has to be done before the hazard takes place. Response mechanisms and strategies, the preparedness plans at all levels have to come up. Coordination and not disaster management authority has to take place. This has to be done through the coordination of the people of all groups. So it's not only the work of the disaster management authority, we wait for them and then we will land ourselves in problems. Information management, early warning systems we've already discussed, resource mobilization, public education, training and rehearsals. We need to stress on this because abroad this is a regular feature. In some countries every 6 months this is done, rehearsals are carried out. In case of general public also, schools, colleges, offices, hospitals, everywhere. So everybody knows what the plan is because it's time and again that this is practiced, which we need to inculcate in our system so that we are prepared. Community-based disaster preparedness is also one of them. Then how do we identify? We have to identify what all? Characteristics, frequency and severity of the hazard. Then geographical area and community most susceptible. Main sectors like population, infrastructure, housing services be affected by a specific type of hazard. Assess the ability of these sectors to withstand and cope with the effects. So the same thing has to be done for the community. We have to take care of the community as a whole with, of course, the people coming from different areas also, because it's not only, it depends how big is the hazard. At times, we also feel that we have to take the help of people from outside, though it is the community which can help them also because they are aware of what is in and around. Yes. So the response mechanism and strategies, this is one more where we need to strengthen the effectiveness of an emergency response, and there is need to develop evacuation procedures, search and rescue teams are required, assessment teams, plus plans to train them, activate emergency or mobile hospital facilities, activate distribution system, preparation of emergency reception centers, shelters, procedures for activating emergency programs for airports, harbors, and land transport, and storing of emergency relief supplies and equipment. Here, once again, for every point, you need to have a team which can help you in finally reaching out to the people, and for that you need to be trained in that manner. So every activity, whether it is you have to put up some shelters, or whether you have to design some rescue systems, or you have to get prepared of the boats in case of floods, all these features have to be looked into the detail, and a team should be formed for each and every aspect, maybe how small it is, so that you can really go to that effective manner this can be taken care of. Then how do we do the preparedness planning? We need to identify assignments and specific activities covering organization and technical issues to ensure the response systems functioning successfully. Planning is a continuous process, we've said this before, and it should contain, very, very important, for every team, the names of the contact people, their telephone numbers, their responsibilities, their addresses, so that you can reach them. Because if you can't contact them, you don't know whose responsibility this is, you will not be able to have this planning to the right extent which we intend. So all these things have to be taken care of, and in every program you need volunteers. Without volunteers, it is not possible, because one person needs to have a group of volunteers so that you can reach the people, and that is only possible if you have more number of young students who can take care of all these emergencies. Also, the resources and the allocations are as important. You have to manage the resources. So, from where you are to manage, who will take care of the management, who is looking after these resources, where are they stored, all these things have to be looked into before you finally take the approval of that authority and get those resources for the people affected. Next, please. Also, the rescue and medical assistance. Here we do special programs for rescue and medical assistance where we teach our volunteers, that is the NSS, the NCC cadets, how to take blood pressure, how to take care of the pulse rate, so that those little findings are already there before the person is shifted to a hospital. And every one of us knows how to do it because it's a very simple thing, nothing very extraordinary or very technical that you can't learn it. Water and sanitation, food and nutrition, logistics and transport, other domestic needs, health and nutrition, shelter, search and reunification of families. Here also, I'd like to stress because we also ask the family to make a plan, and when the preparedness plan for the family is there, this is true in countries abroad. Every family has a plan if they have to evacuate the building, where they will go, and each and every member of the family knows it, where everyone has to reach, if the animals are there, where they have to be taken or where they have to be left. So it is not that you are left unattended and your family forgets you. At times, many a times it happens that people feel that they are dislodged from their families and they do not know where to go. And so it takes a long time to get to know each other's whereabouts, which is not true if a proper plan is there, a kit is there, whatever basic necessities are there that are planned in the family itself. Then you have to ensure that this plan is implemented. How do you ensure it? This is through public awareness, upgradation of the plan. Every time you have to upgrade that plan because you have a fixed notion when you make a plan that after this you'll be doing this. But the sequence of events changes when it actually happens. Many things may not be the way you were planning it. So those corrections have to be done and upgradation of the consequently the upgradation of the plan. Then links to the national plan, it's very important. Every national plan should be studied before you make a plan, and that plan is also, the state plan is also based on the national plan, and your plan also needs to be matched so that if any outside help comes to you, they know how to manage and what you would have done while planning. So that there is there. Rehearsals, I've already said, simulations, training, and plan review are a must. The more they are done, the better it is. Coming to the community disaster preparedness, it's similar to any disaster preparedness, only the difference is that here the community is involved. You have to, the community is assessed. We have to see what all we have in the community, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the community, what are the resources of the community, and how vulnerable it is. So, depending on that, we prepare a plan. Then the relationship of this community with the government and other agencies, that needs to be clarified, known right before making a plan. Then warning systems, we already said, type and method, usage in case of warning, who does what. Every duty should be listed, outlined, their name, number, address should be there with each one of the community preparedness agency, whoever is making that preparedness plan. Each and every person should know about it. The evacuation procedure, because if things fall on you, a big building falls on you, then what happens? Everybody gets under the debris. What is the evacuation plan? All those plans need to be made right in the beginning and then further followed, and a committee should be knowing about these plans. Who's the authority of the committee? What will be the route? How will we take them out? What about the disabled people? How are they going to be taken out? All these are outlined right before, and as I've said, rehearsals have to be there, the mood exercises have to be done, so that every one of us is prepared. Emergency shelters, location, responsibility, who manages. Once again, even if it is the shelter committee, they should know how they have to put the shelter, where should be the location, how high it has to be there in case of floods. Search and rescue, whose responsibility is it? Who will get the equipment and what equipment is available? It's a very, very good example that at times you ask for the equipment, you do not know it is lying next to you. A plan should be there that you have seen what equipment is there lying in your neighborhood with some neighbor of yours, another organization, so that you know it is very handy. You can get it from there rather than asking for a place which is in a very remote area. So, rescue and search plans, damage, need assessment, initially and ongoing format, road clearing, because you will have a lot of debris in case this thing falls on your building or any office falls. Then what happens? You need to clean the road. Then only you'll be able to bring those people out. Communication. Communication is the first thing which gets faltered in case of such calamities. What happens is contact is lost. You have to have, first of all, let's try your radio sets, television sets. If that is not working because your electric wires have fallen short, you can't think of that. Then one very good example is the ham radio. Trainings are imparted by the Government of India to people who are of class 2, 12th level and have done electronics. They are allowed to put a set of ham radio on in their organization. And because this is one thing which can be used in case of such disasters. Then law and order situation, you know how bad it becomes. People become rowdy. They feel they should be getting everything and there's a lot of panic. In such cases, law and order has to be maintained. You should know whom to contact in such a calamity. Then transport, responsibility, number of available vehicles, all this should be very, very handy to you because at times it's not possible to use transport. The area becomes stuck with a lot of this debris and then you have to find out other methods. Then repair of community services, that is the water, electricity, phones, that has to be done in prime importance because people feel panicky. They can't talk to the people, their own kit and kin, and water and electricity are the most essential things. Drinking water has to be made available to the people, electricity as soon as possible. But the basic needs of food and water have to be made available, and for that, repairing is a must. Coming to health, first aid clinics and trained manpower. As I've already talked, we badly need to have first aid kits with us. Every house is supposed to have a kit, every family is supposed to have a kit where you need these basic things. And if a person is hurt, then you have to train those people to give the basic information to a hospital so that the doctor can proceed with the next thing which comes to his mind. Personal support for affected people, that is the CPR, the cardiopulmonary resuscitation. This is a very, very good technique and we tend to teach people, especially the youngsters, because at times when we see there's an accident on the road, what we feel is that if somebody could give the CPR to the person, it would save their lives. Recently, it has happened in our golf club that one person fell unwell and he fell on the ground. There was an attack to him and one person knew how to do this technique and this is how the life of that person was saved. Then welfare, how will clothing, shelter and food be provided? This is all very important. Even if you have lots of money, resources, still if these things are not available, it will be a big problem for the people and panic will result. So relief supplies have to be given. Then which are the agencies which have to be contacted? First is, as I've already said, is the community. And the community is the people who are staying there because they are the ones who knows what is where. Otherwise, in case the hazard is very, very huge one, then you have to have people from outside helping you, from other states, from other countries also at times. The government comes into play and here the military is also called in for, and we have to take help of national and state. The NGOs can be in-house, they can be from your own area or from outside, and it has been seen that many NGOs come for to help the people. Then community groups, both social and religious, we said the religious groups have a very big role to play, and they do it also. International volunteer organizations, they also come at times, but it depends, because either they come with a specific equipment which is not available, and it is with that help that you can rescue the people. Otherwise, the first hand information is given by the community members, and it is always with their help that they can reach the people. Then, as we said, we have role players in preparedness. We also have role players in community participation. We have people which are from the community, mainly the volunteers. Then if it is a village, it is the Gram Panchayat, members of the Gram Panchayat, then the village Panchayat, and of course the government departments always come into play. If it is the irrigation department or the agriculture department, the water department has to be there. All these, because they are essential for the community, for the people, they have to, this machinery has to be taken care of, and they always come to the help of the people. Then benefit of the community participation. It is, of course, we said it is a process of preparedness, and participation, it builds confidence, and this leads to empowerment. Basically, you are training people, and this has that they become empowered in turn. Then community development in risk assessment and risk reduction planning leads to ownership, commitment, and individual and concerted action in disaster mitigation, including resource mobilization. Then trusting and supporting the capacity building process results in a wide range of appropriate and doable mitigation solutions. It's a cost-effective, self-help, and sustainable, even though, because you have to do it, say, many days before, it is time consuming. So in spite of it being time consuming, we still feel it's a cost effective method, it is a self-help and a sustainable method which needs to be taken care of, and a lot of money needs to be spent on this. Coming to what the council is doing. The council has done many programs on preparedness. We have taken care of the volunteers, and we have trained NCC, NSS, Yuva Kendras, Nehru Yuva Kendra people, then self-help groups also, for a 5-day training, for a 3-day training, in which lots of modules were used. Those state level and district level workshops have been done. We have also done workshops for school children, because when we say it is a disaster and how we have to get rid of that disaster, we also know that it has to be done in a very phased manner, starting from school children. The schools are where whatever is learned in the beginning of our education, we tend to carry that along. And I'd like to share an example with you regarding this. When a tsunami did strike some time before, what happened was that a girl from class 8, she was, I think, from Australia, had come with her parents, and they had come on a tour. When the tsunami struck, what they observed was that the water receded in the ocean for quite a few feet. When they got up in the morning, the girl noticed this, and she told her parents that we have learned it in the class, geography class, that if the water recedes to this extent, it is generally the tsunami which strikes. So in that case, she could save her parents and the people with whom she had come. This type of knowledge is very important, and we try to share this knowledge with our children, especially, I would say, in case of fires and earthquakes, some do's and don'ts, which are very, very common. We try to share with them, and they tend to take this up and learn from them. A simple example is you need to cut out on the oxygen when it is a case of fire, because it has to be the temperature, the thing which gets ignited, that is the material of the fire. So to ignite the oxygen, sorry. In case we cut off the oxygen, any one of them, you won't get fire. So similarly, we try to stress as to how we can get rid of fire. What is the science behind fire? What is the science behind earthquakes? All these things are related. So technically, the council tries to educate the people, give the scientific background, and later maybe then we can tell them how this happens, and further when they know how this actually happens, that is that the tectonic plates are colliding against each other or flowing against each other, we tend to get mountains, or basically it's the earthquake when the two plates are pushing against each other. So the earthquake is not a result of any myth, it is actually happening. And in case the children are prepared, how to evacuate from a school, how to move out in the open, all these things if they are taught, there won't be any panic, there won't be any stampede. They slowly will move out, they know how it's to be done, come back to their routine. If that is taught right in the beginning, then I'm sure we will have much less of calamities which we have today. Secondly, we talk to them about fire, how the fire extinguisher works, what is the background, what are the various types of fire extinguishers. And we have seen that if we train them, then they can actually use them. That's the vision statement of the council. It says, train volunteers in every ward. This is our basic vision. We haven't been able to do it. We've done it only in a few districts. Then understand, aware, caution, action stages, proper response to man-made or natural disasters, provide assurance to the panic. This we do special exercises as far as psychology of the persons are concerned. Next. That's it.
345.
You had?
345.
And the objectives of our training are capability for conducting a rapid risk assessment. We make them capable for that. We train them knowledge base of hazards and their mitigation. As I've already said, the how, and equally important, the why of handling emergencies. Team formation and management even during crisis. Motivation both of self and of others. Even if you are motivated, you have to motivate the others. And critical evaluation, goal setting and mid-course corrections. These are a part of our module during which training is important. Next please. As rightly said, there are other players in spite of the community. We have civil defense, we have Indian Red Cross, we have Fire Brigade, St. John's Ambulance, NSS, NCC, NYKs, and of course the competent local organizations. Central government, local government, public cooperation, all these are a part of our programs. And we also make use of the Fire Brigade people who come and teach people how to take up rescue assignments. Next please. Then the essential guidelines for our resource persons, we've already said the know of the how and why. This we stress on because if we know this, how to use the local materials, we can get rid of many disasters. Next please. And our expectations from such programs are selection of participants with due care. You have to really take care that you have to see which people have what type of potential. Then only you should select them for a work, type of work which you are giving them. Should have communication skills, they should have leadership qualities, quick response to emergencies, and team formation. Because some people can't work in teams, it's very important that they should be able to work in a team, especially in such cases which we are enumerating. Then ability to assess damage and destruction, assess medical and other needs professionally. I've already said a few things. You know how to take blood pressure, you know the pulse, and the temperature. Then streamline distribution of relief material and services, upgrade skills regularly, disposal of carcass because we're going to have lots of bodies there, dead animals, how to have, because otherwise you will face an epidemic, which will all the more be very bad for the other people who are alive, and of course communication with the headquarters. These are the few photographs which we have taken during our training programs, where a person is teaching from the fire department how to use fire extinguishers. I would request you all also, in case you have fire extinguishers in your buildings, because they have a life, and in case these have been the shelf life is over, you at least have some hands-on experience of how to use them, because we have seen many cases where the fire extinguishers were there and the fire broke out, but they didn't know how to use. So that sort of a thing. Next.
एक्सप्लेन करके जरा
Pardon?
मतलब किसी को एक्सप्लेन कर दो नेट कनेक्टिविटी प्रॉब्लम मैं 2 मिनट में ठीक हूँ.
You know. Here we are going to show some more photographs are there for you all to see. Next, please. This is how we rescue people. At times you feel that the person is very heavy, you can't really get hold of him, but it's not true. It's the technique. So we teach the people the technique also to rescue people. Next, please. Similarly for girls, they could also do it. We had special programs for girls. Next. Another one. So in the end, I would just like to say that community participation has been recognized as the additional element in disaster management necessary to reverse worldwide trend of exponential whereas in disaster occurrence of loss from small and medium scale disasters, build a culture of safety and ensure sustainable development for all, because that's what we are looking for today, and reduces impact of disasters, coping and survival strategies long before outside help from NGOs or government arrives. So the first is ourselves, and this then ultimately the outcome of preparedness is you are going to save tens of billions of dollars, but but in case you are not prepared, you will be saving money but losing on thousands of lives. So it's all the more important that building a culture of prevention is of course not easy. While the cost of prevention is to be paid in the present, their benefits are generally reaped in the distant future. Also, benefits are not tangible. We can't say how many lives we could save. That is not doable. But as they are the disasters which did not happen, we can only say that we saved on so many disasters. I would just like to say in the end, please don't be scared, be prepared. Thank you so much. You can ask me questions. Pardon? Any questions?
BSGUI, BSGUI Group of Institute, BSGUI Unnao. Do you have any query?
you have any query, BSGUI?
Any questions?
ACET Aligarh. BSGUI Unnao.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Do you have any query?
No, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, sir. ACET Aligarh. Am I audible? ACET Aligarh. ACET Aligarh. Okay, then thank you. We will meet tomorrow at 9:30.